All right, give thanks. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for health and strength. Give thanks for everything. The Most High is great. Anything you want to do, put your mind to, and it must come through. Just keep the faith. So, alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I was saying, all types of ways. Coming through with something new. Something that I've been waiting to get into for a while. But, finally feeling like it's that time. Finally feeling like I'm ready, because set up the marketing flow. Now I got 3 projects with marketing flows, and they're all slightly different based on the project because they're all custom flows. And it's ready to start implementing Hermes Agent. Part of me always feels like I need to make things like perfect before I can keep moving, before I can move on to the next thing. But the more I'm building, the more I'm learning is that basically like perfect is not a good idea. Perfect is like never gonna happen. There's always gonna be like new innovations. Everything's gonna keep getting better. It's all about just getting the basic stuff set up and then getting it automated and then moving on to the next thing and making it better over time. So with that being said, I would have to say it's time to get started. And welcome to the chat. Lil Breezy Valerie, respect every time. Hopefully you're doing good. Everything is good with me. As far as I can see, always getting better every day in so many types of ways. And you know, Hermes Agent's going to help me do even more of that. So it's finally time. Get this Hermes Agents going. Starting with the first one, building them out one at a time. Making the marketing process shine. And shine like the sun, brighter every day, as I would say. So, you know, this is something I've never done before. I'm going to be doing live on the stream. Going into Claude to get it set up. Even though I think, from what I understand, from the research I did, it's going to make more sense to have the agent run with Codex through my subscription, because from what I understand, I'm going to do more research to verify it, is that Claude will not run Hermes Agent through the subscription. I would have to pay per token by the API, but Codex, I can use my subscription. But either way, it should not cost very much just to like run, especially the first few agents. I think it's just going to be more like as I build it out, the agents start stacking, then I'll get a much better idea of how much it would cost, and then I can start optimizing it for whatever I want to optimize it for. But I just got to get started. Just got to start building. Not worry about being perfect. Build fast, fail fast. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. The harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. Give thanks every time. Putting what's on my mind in a new rhyme. What I want to do is start setting up Hermes Agent. I got the workflow down, and I am thinking start with like the first part of the workflow. And from what I understand, I've done some research, and it looks like I want to have like not one agent doing all the research, because there's different types of research for the first part of the workflow, but maybe like one agent for each different type of research. And then I'm not really sure how that's going to work. If I'd have another agent that would do the next part of the workflow, which is like creating content, but that's going to be like something I think maybe I'm looking too far ahead. Let me know what you think, and go ahead and grill me with as many questions you think that would make sense to get a better idea of like what I'm trying to do and how you can help me the best to understand how to set up the best way with Hermes Agent. The goal being to automate everything that doesn't need me, that doesn't need my voice, so that all I have to do is like the CEO work, that I can just step in and say, okay, here's what I need to do, and put it in my voice and do it. So let me know what you think. I want you to ask me a bunch of questions, and I'm going to answer them immediately. I want you to know I have the utmost respect for AI. Welcome back to the chat. App in the time, Aega. Every time. Respect. I remember you now. I don't think I would be forgetting you for a while. Feel free. Come and remind me every day. That's okay. Hopefully you're making progress too in whatever you do. And you're learning something new. And, you know, if you got any advice that might help me, go ahead and we'll see. So, let me know what you're working on too. That's kind of like what I do. What I'm interested in is hearing about other people's use cases and projects, how they're using AI to make life better, not just for themselves, but offering value to so many more people. So you know the community is all about unity and giving thanks for life, the most powerful force in creation. No government, no wire fence, no borderline. No drone, no weapon of war can be bigger than the creator, can be bigger than life. So you know we got to give thanks twice. Every time. Preach and preach and teach and teach. Welcome back to the chat, Deep Web Impact. How you doing? I'm doing all right myself. Exercising my brain just like my health. Giving thanks for life because that's the real wealth. Having the community, the unity every time. Looking at the chat, you're thinking about open sourcing your newspaper RSS feed summarizer. Well, let me know how it goes. Sounds like a good idea to me. So for the first question, turning into an agent can mean two very different things. I want to do the agency. I mean, I feel like, you know, I could just set up a routine for automation, but that's not gonna like feed into everything and get better over time. I want an LLM that judges, adapts, and decides. Picks what's in lane, adapts when a source breaks, records why. Basically gets better over time. And from what I understand, I want to set up a database. I already have a database for this project, so I would just have to set up like new schemas. But so like as I build out each agent, I could have another agent that manages them. So say for this, and this is just kind of my idea right now, which all this can change as I build it and find out what's working and what doesn't work. Right now, I can basically have this agent that does the research, and I will just manually, probably at first until I build the other agents, just tell it like the analytics for the content ideas that it comes up with based on the research. So then like it'll understand like what's working and what's not working. And I'm just being super basic right now. There's still a lot I need to learn. And then, you know, when I build more agents that can handle analytics, then those analytics agents can automatically help assist the research agents on how to do better, if I'm understanding this correctly. So, you're saying my own rule. Agent applies it, optimization last. Don't build the pre-platform research fleet until the single source loop is on autopilot. I think that was more for building out a dashboard. So I would control the project through the dashboard instead of here with you. But the way I'm understanding it after doing research, I want to start building out these Hermes agents now with like the first and easiest tasks and just build them out one at a time. And, you know, slowly like, or however much time it makes sense to like add on more agents to, like I said, automate as much as the project as possible for marketing, but still have me in the loop where it makes sense. Welcome back, C Films. I'm doing all right. Hopefully you're doing good too. Doing something new, setting up the first Hermes agent. Having a time. That's good to hear that you're an engineer at Google. What are the next tech projects Google's working on that I wouldn't know about yet? That's what I want to know. Your salary is $100 million. That is very impressive. I don't know how they could afford that, because then all you have to do is work 1 year and then you can just quit. So they probably got a high churn rate if they're paying people $100 million a year. When I picture Hermes running the research, what's actually executing it? I'm not really sure how that works. So right now, it sounds like I would be running it through the Hermes desktop app. From the research I did, that was kind of the consensus, was like to start it through the Hermes desktop app, and that I should not be locked down to any one API. So like I could try Anthropic. From what I understand though, I cannot use my Anthropic subscription. So I have to use like per token API costs. So I can look into that more when I get to that step for setting up which agent will run each Hermes agent. if that makes sense. Because from what I understand, I would want to have different companies like Anthropic or OpenAI, or there's a bunch of other companies for different jobs, whatever makes the most sense for that specific job. And that's just going to be, I think, trying different things out, if I understand this correctly. So with this and everything else, help me understand if you see stuff that I'm not understanding right. Because I think this part so far is the main part that I'm like not 100% clear on. So now for number 2 for A, does it run unattended on a cadence? So I think that's going to matter for each different agent, and most of them I think yes. Especially this one, like what I'm thinking is to have it like, once a week be able to, run the research at like a cron job at a certain time each week. So that way, like, there's benefits to that. One of them being like, I don't have to wait for it to generate the report. I can just know that it's there wherever it puts the output to. For number 3, is Hermes one code-based service that owns all the agents, or just the umbrella name for the collection of agents? I don't really understand 100% what you're asking me, but I plan on putting like Hermes agents, like all the agents would be Hermes agents for now, and who knows, maybe in the future a better alternative to Hermes will come out and I'll start testing that. So for B, the different types of research. Number 4, name them as I see them. Do I mean the existing lanes? Yes, I'm talking about right now having agents for the existing lanes of research. We've already set up like the basic part of this workflow. So now starting at the first part, the research. And here's one thing I don't understand 100%. It sounds like I would want to have a separate agent for each separate type of research, but I'm not sure. And I think the per platform social scanners for like the YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, X, and IG, that sounds like it would be like not within the first step. Unless maybe part of the research is going through those platforms, which I know can be difficult with certain platforms with like APIs and stuff, but I've also heard about like different workarounds. Like X, I could use Grok instead of paying for an API possibly. So, I can deal with those one at a time when I get to that spot, but I just want to start super simple with like the first agent for like, the first task being the research in the workflow. Number 5, if I had to ship one research agent first and run it for a few weeks before adding others, which one? I don't know. I think that's going to be working with you to see what would make the most sense to do for the first one. And maybe I'll even like set up multiple agents for each different piece of research. And see how the research agents relate. For 6, orchestrator and workers. From what I understand, I'd want to set up orchestrator and workers. I think from what I understand, that is the best, most like optimized way to set it up. But I mean, of course, they're also like independent agents. So maybe I don't understand this the best. Number 7, what's the shared output shape they all write into? So, from what I understand, this would be a Supabase database. And if I understand this correctly, I already have that set up with some schemas for this project. I just need to add more schemas. So for D, the autonomy line, everything that doesn't need my voice. Number 8. For research specifically, do I want to just receive a finished digest plus the 5-item content pull? Or still approve before it flows downstream? I'm not really sure. Like, I think right now I would like to receive a finished digest and also approve. So I guess both maybe. Number 9, what's the agent doing that the current script can't? Exercising judgment. It sounds like a lot of different things. I'm not really sure yet. I'm just learning, but I've done research and basically like I just need to get started building them, and then I'll have a better idea of like, you know, how it's better. But I think the main thing that I understand is it will learn and get better over time. Like it will, you know, take notes of like what it's doing and what's working, and then it can like refer to that to like make itself better. For E, the learning loop applied to research. Number 10, for replies you store decision plus reasoning plus outcome. For research, what's the decision and what's the outcome? So I guess it depends on what type of research it is and how that research is being used. It sounds like most of the research is all about creating content because this is the marketing. So right now it would be like, you know, the research comes back, and at first I will just be like manually working with it to like see how it's doing and do I agree that the research is good. But then over time, as it collects more data, then I think you know, the outcome might change. But the way I see it right now is like the research leads to the content, and the outcome would be that the content does well, whether it's specific things like click-through rates or engagement, all different types of analytics metrics. And that's just like a place to start with. So what should a research agent actually learn from? I guess like all the data in the project. For 11, research outcomes are fuzzier than reply outcomes. I don't really know what you mean by that. How would I know a research run was good if I can't answer this yet? I mean, I don't know how a research run is good right now with what you're doing, other than just like the only one research run you did, it gave me that data about Coinbase, you know, having an SEC approved essentially agent that can give financial advice, and I thought that was really good. I thought that was not something I knew of already, and that's definitely exactly in my lane, what I want to be covering and what I want to be knowing. So I think if I understand this right, I just have to like set it up and work with the agent over time to let it know what I think about what it's providing. For F, the content agent. Number 12. So the way I understand it right now is like it will give me a draft and then I will put it in my voice, especially if it's like content. And then over time, like I can even make like a brand voice that collects more information so it understands my voice better, and I'm training it. 13. Where exactly is the needs my voice line? I don't see it that much in research. Maybe I'll notice something, but I mean, I'm like you know, telling it what to research, and it's giving me back data based on how I'm telling it to research. So that's, you know, going to be giving me data that shouldn't really need my voice. And the main thing I'm seeing right now, like I said, is creating content. So content, like right now, should always be drafted, and then I will work with it to like make it better and in my voice, like I said. For G, the scope check, number 14. By first part of the workflow, what do I mean? Making it super simple. So I think the first part of the workflow is running research. And I think there's different types of research. So the main thing I'm not sure is like, sounds like I would need one agent per different type of research that it's doing to like come out with the best outcome. And again, this is all about like starting simple, building out more agents over time, making sure they have a shared database, and that all the agents can get better over time. And I think that's it for right now. Let me know if you have any more questions and any advice, anything else you can think of, and we'll go from there. All right. There's something to live for. So yeah, I just noticed this this person in the chat is definitely making me laugh. And then Airman stepped in, made me laugh even more. So I would have to tell you, Rorvexa, thank you for telling me your opinion. And it's all right. It's okay. There's something to live for, and Jesus told me so. And every time you call me an idiot, it puts a smile on my face. And I'm very happy that you came here and then you took the time out of your day to tell me this. And I'm going to be a rich idiot that's laughing all the way to the bank. So, yeah. Right now, I'm just having Claude ask me a bunch of questions, and then I'm going to answer them immediately. And, Nate the Great coming through doing something new, providing lots of value. So you know, today's a big day building out the Hermes agent. 3 more days until day 100. Got the marketing systems down with the workflows. And now I'm ready to optimize it with, agentitize it with this word I created. So it's automatic, systematic. Like a crazy clown at the Bozo Circus. I don't like the food at McDonald's. I just go there to get down to the rock and roll music. I think I'm going to see if I can reprogram Claude. So like instead of saying cooking, it says things like a quarter pounder has 31 grams of fat and a Whopper has 28 grams of fat. Rock it like a magicist. I love it like an escalator. All the way up. C-Films, what are things you can do to improve the C-Films marketing? So I have kind of an idea of what you've been doing. And it sounds like you're not doing much with social media. So I would say look into, you know, what can you do for social media marketing? Set up the channels. Like this is what I've been doing right now has been like setting up a workflow for the whole marketing process and setting up the channels that go with it. And once you get that going, then you know you can have agents like Hermes agent to basically run most of it for you. You just got to make sure you're dealing with the analytics so you know what's working and what's not working. But I think just from knowing where you're at and what we've already talked about, that doing social media marketing that could evolve into paid ads is going to get you the most reach. No wonder my usage was so low. Claude was using my API when I thought it was using the subscription. So now I know that. Now I gotta be more careful with Claude. Claude's gotta be more careful too, because I'm starting to see more and more reasons to use Codex for more things. And lower my subscription with Claude. Especially when it's doing stuff like that. See, I can see what Claude's doing too, and it's really trying to talk me into like staying on Claude and using the API when I think it should know that, like, the research I've done is telling me that that is not the best way to go about this. But I can see how Claude is like, no, like, just spend all your money with Claude. Don't even try the other like methods, even if they're like cheaper or better. C-Film's been working on the C-Films About page to get more people interested, intrigued in the C-Films website. That's a good idea. And I'm guessing hopefully you have some kind of analytics on so you can tell if you know that page is bringing people in. And I think social media marketing is a really good way to direct people to that page or any other page that you're building. And you could be documenting the About page and making content about it and putting it on social media. Alright, so I'm going to be building out Hermes agents for 3 different projects to start. And they're all 3 different marketing dashboards that are slightly different because they're customized for each business. So what I think I'm going to be doing is like building each dashboard out one step at a time. And maybe most likely each agent will be slightly different. So I'll learn from that. From this customization. So I know I was just talking to you about building out agents And now I'm starting with a new project. And this is for the finance education project. And the main issues when I'm like reasoning with Claude to do the planning, Claude Code is telling me that it has no idea that there's a Hermes agent desktop, basically like a dashboard that's like a Windows desktop dashboard basically. And it's like asking me for information about this so that it can like help me build it, because it's trying to, I see what it's doing. Claude's trying to like keep everything through Claude. It's like, no, don't try other APIs, just use Claude's API, just run this through Claude. You don't need to like do it through anywhere else. And it's like telling me not even to like set up a database now until like I get everything like working better. But from the research I already did, it sounds like I should be setting up a database. And I do already have a database for this business. That's the actual like SaaS app. I just don't have any database schemas set up yet through the marketing dashboard or marketing system for the app, which is what I'm like planning on doing now. So let me know, give me some advice. First, help me understand, like there is a Hermes desktop app, and that is like the, from what I understand, is that the best way to be, you know, orchestrating or running these agents through to start? Like that would be better than running it through like Claude Code through the VS Code project, from what I understand. Is that correct? Also, just verified, do you think it's better to start using the database from day one, or storing it in Python database on the project and then transferring it over to the Supabase database later? Start with these questions. Let me know what you think. It's cool too because each different project, like Claude is giving me kind of like slightly different answers. And I'm purposely not trying to set up each one of these systems the exact same way, trying to try different things and see what works best. Alright, so the first thing I want to address is you're not aware of the Hermes desktop app, and I've done research from multiple sources that all say that is the best place to run the Hermes agent by far. It's not even close. And then later, once everything's working right, then I could build my own custom dashboard if it makes sense. But I'm just going to paste you here like a response that I got that I think sums it up pretty well. And if you don't understand how to work with Hermes Agent desktop app, that's fine. I can just work with other LLMs that understand this alongside with you just to do that part. Now for the next part with the database, and I've done a lot of research, and basically I should be setting up a database through Supabase. And you understand it correctly, there is a database with the actual SaaS app, the website, but I don't think there's any schemas with this Stackivate marketing project yet. But it should be using the same database, just different schemas. And I'm going to give you the research that I got about this, about why it's so important to set up the database from day one. So that being said, let me know if you don't understand how to do a certain task when it comes to the setup. And I can just, like, you know, find another way to get it done, to get the information to do that. But it sounds like mainly, like, you would be working with, helping me with the coding for setting up the agent right with the job, and then setting up the database and a few other things that are going to be your, like, main skills. Alright, so based on this, let me know if you have any more questions, advice, or anything at all. And we can start making a plan. Rock over London. Rock on Chicago. Polaroid. See what develops. Alright, so I let Claude know that it didn't understand things like very well, and it has some questions for me. So I'm going to give you the first set of questions so it can understand how to set everything up better. Basically, like, how does Hermes run? So let me know what you think, and if you're not 100% sure on the answer to this, just let me know and I can look somewhere else. Unlike Claude, who will just tell me to just use Claude. Welcome back to the chat, Javi D. So, bro, day is going good here. Hopefully yours is too. And doing something new, setting up the first Hermes agent. First of many. Definitely time to start messing with Hermes. I've been wanting to for at least the past month, and part of me said no, wait till I get the flow dialed in better, but bigger part of me was like, just get it started on like the most simple first task. And doing some research, that definitely seems like the way to go, because it's going to be a process, and there's going to be many agents. So just getting started with the first one, like everything else, once I got the foundation done, it's going to be easier every time to set up more agents. Not just that idea. I think gonna set up this first project's agents with Claude, and then I'll do the next business agents with Codex and see what happens. C Films noticed a problem with Notebook and Gemini. They only allow you to do a few chats in one chat stream, so you have to keep starting new chat streams. That's good to know. I still think I need to try both Notebook and Notebook LM. And even just today when I was doing research on Hermes Agent, Notebook LM came up multiple times that a lot of people are using it with Hermes Agent. Welcome to the chat, Logan. This is a very unique, interesting comment. So you're an electrical engineer. You got obsessed with architecture instead of just coding. Seems like rigid constraint. Well, I mean, I don't think that's a problem. I think that if that's your lane, you should stick with it and just go as deep as you can into architecture. And I don't know, like, really what your goals are. If you're just doing this for fun, if it's just research right now. But do what works best for you. And then that's take that first step, and then you'll see the next step at the right time and give thanks every time. All right, so I'm going to give Claude that answer, and there's more questions that it had for me that I want to clarify with you so I can answer those questions too. So I'm going to paste it right here. And I like how you understand this, that Claude can't understand these certain things, like it's just like closed in its own environment, but you're seeing the bigger picture to help me with this. So I'll keep referencing you for these certain answers so I can be more specific with Claude so it can understand the bigger picture too. All right, before you draft the research runs table design, I'm going to answer your questions and make sure that like we have a good foundation before we actually start building so that you have a better understanding of how this works. So first off, with like the MCP question, how it links up, I'll give you that answer first, and then I will answer your other questions. Looking back at the chat, sounds like you understand this pretty well. You know, it's all about figuring out how to finesse AI. And that's good that you see it as fun because a lot of people don't. And I think that's why they're stuck. And they could be doing a lot more. So you have got an advantage. And I think this is super early. So just go deep in whatever you're like, wherever you see like your use case that you like doing. And I think the better you get at it, the more like unique results you'll start getting. And then you'll be able to do a lot more with that. And respect every time to the Hermes. Skrrr. We out here in the AI atmosphere, steering clear. Bloop. Plibbit. Ploop. I don't believe in nothing you guys are doing. This is for the birds. Gotta have faith. Faith in nothing. Gotta have faith, Bill. Faith in nothing. And now I got some answers to more of your questions, so you should have a much more well-rounded idea of how this is going to work. And one more thing I wanted to add is that I don't know how much this matters to you and your understanding, but I plan on setting up all these agents first through like a cloud Docker so that they are isolated. They don't have access to my computer. And then over time, when it makes sense, certain agents, I will be migrating over to like their own private computer, probably like a Mac Mini, so I can run them locally. But I need to run them in the cloud first to find out what agents it makes sense to run locally. Not a darn thing to drink either. Try this new soda from Coca-Cola. It's called Surge. Then the next question I have for you, I'm also going to run this by Claude, but it sounds like to start, I want to be running this through the cloud. So from what I understand, Hostinger is like, seems to be the best method for hosting cloud agents at first. And I'll need your help setting up this part. So what I'm going to do is like, right now, just give me like the basics of anything you think I would need to know about hosting it through the cloud. And then I'll give you Claude's plan, maybe any questions that it has. And let me know what you think about that plan for setting everything up, and where certain things would apply, like setting up the cloud for like a hostinger. And one thing to keep in mind is I have Obsidian that I will be hooking up with Hermes Agent at some point, but it sounds like that's something that would be like way farther down the road. Looking back at the chat, sounds like you understand it very well. We're not getting replaced by AI. We're all becoming managers with personal advisors. Exactly. We're all going to be orchestrating AI to basically get more done. Quicker and better. And I think the people who think they're going to get replaced by AI and that aren't open to using AI to, you know, basically upgrade their ability, they're going to have a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they're going to get replaced by AI because, you know, if they resist using AI, then, I mean, someone's going to come along that uses AI, and the boss is going to say, well, why am I hiring you if you're not going to use AI and you're working 100 times slower? And that's how I know this is like, you know, every time I see trends that end up doing really well, especially tech trends, when they first come out, it's like super polarized. And especially there's like way more people that are against it. And I can tell like they're really slow to adapt and they don't want to understand it. And they just heard like one or two things on the news that are like bad about it. And they just like go off this like, you know, really misunderstanding. But I mean, that's like, that lets me know when I start to see that stuff that this is like showing the signs of a trend that's only going to get bigger and better. And the earlier you get in, the better off you're going to be in the future for your value, especially in like the workplace or in like as an entrepreneur in my case. Exactly. It's you played yourself. Yes, it is. They just don't see it yet. Looking at the chat, you understand this very well. This is the gold rush right now, and we're like the first ones. Looking back, like, we only had to pay $100 a month for this. This being like a whole like corporation structure. Like basically running like whole teams of employees, like managing like 100 employees for like $100 a month. And it's going to be interesting to see. It seems like from what I've seen, a lot more people think the prices are going to go up over time, so that we got to get it while make hay while the sun is shining. But that goes on to another thing is, you know, if we set these processes up right and we set up our own systems, like we build our own systems so we're not reliant on like Claude or Codex or any of these other providers, and we build our own architecture and our own structures for our own businesses or whatever we're working on, then I think that doesn't matter as much, because in the future it sounds like things are moving more locally. Definitely. That's a good point. I didn't even think of looking at the chat. Just the evolution of technology, like with the internet. Now this is, I think, going to be very similar in a lot of ways. And right now it's like different use cases to like run this stuff on the cloud versus local. But I think everything, as the technology gets better, and it's getting better so quick, there's just going to be better and better tools to get everything done. So it's just kind of like, I think right now, you know, getting in early and understanding like how things are evolving, it'll just make it so much easier down the road. Alright, so Claude is recommending that it's pushing back hard, saying that I run it with Python because this marketing project is with Python. I'm pretty sure the actual app itself that this project is marketing for is next.js, and that stores stuff in the database too that I think, you know, Hermes is going to want access to for just making the business run smoother. And maybe Claude doesn't understand that, but I don't even understand it myself, so I'm just getting your take on it. But I'm gonna paste the exact wording of the question Claude wanted me to ask. All right, first I'm gonna give you the reply that I got from my other source. It sounds like that Python is good. And I was talking to it also about like the app for this business and maybe other projects, like the CRM might not be in Python, but it sounds like it doesn't matter because the database is like universal. So I'll paste the results that I got here for your question. And then I also wanted to add that I plan on running this on the cloud. So I'm not sure if I said that already, but it's not going to be on my local machine. So that'll be a part to the process too, is setting up that. So let me know if you have any questions about that part. Welcome to the chat. It's Debu. Respect every time. The uncorded app, not sure what that is. All right, so I think the main thing I want to understand better for this setup right now is, like, say I go with option A for PaaS serverless containers, the best way to start. Does this also include Hostinger And give me like just a brief layout of the process for setting up this serverless container, why it's better for security, like the main things I need to be aware of, and what part of the process this needs to be for like the overall picture of setting up Hermes agent. And also, if I understand it correctly, I only need one account, and then like maybe each agent gets its own container, if I understand it correctly, so that like the agents are not getting mixed up. That's kind of where I'm confused, or one part I'm confused. Welcome back to, or welcome to the chat, Amazing Divine. Respect every time. Hopefully you're doing good. What AI am I using? I'm using multiple AIs. I'm using Claude Code. And right now, for this LLM, I'm using Gemini and I. And I'm setting up Hermes agent. Right now, I am building Hermes agents to automate the marketing app that I built for a business that runs off of its main source of income right now is an actual website or SaaS app that is B2C. And I am starting the Hermes agent with the marketing process. Yeah. Yes. I caught your daddy snooping around my glove compartment. Proceeded to take my wallet containing $350.
It's been a long time in our history. Yeah. We need a new chapter without misery. No misery, no. It's time to move on, don't deny. With movement and positive vibes. No looking behind. We can't change our mind. This is the time to survive. Forward ever. Oh yeah. No matter the weather. Forward ever. Oh yeah. It's now or never. Skip-a-dee-ding. Forward ever. Forward. Forward forever. Forever and ever now.
What if I told you I forgot what I told you? What would you think about that? Pretty much everything and nothing. Pretty much what I always thought. All right, so I'm gonna get you the answer to your question here. And I wanted to add one thing too before I give you that answer, is that part of this process also includes setting up like a cloud service to run this through so it doesn't have access to my local computer. And I'm going to give you the order of operations that I'm getting from my other source for like how to do this, which is basically last, so that you understand and probably can help me when I get to that point. So I'll paste that here and then I'll come back and give you the answer to your question. All right, so I'm going to paste where Claude is at right now with like the process. And it looks like at the end of what I'm going to paste, there's a question that it has. I'm not sure the answer to this. Let me know what you think. And I will let Claude know that. And also let me know what you think about like the process that Claude has down. Does everything look right to you? Yeah, time to stand up. So I'm going to paste the contents of the first database migration schema so you can give it to me in a way that Supabase will recognize it, because the way that Claude writes it out, Supabase doesn't recognize it with like the structure. And I usually get errors, so I'll just give it to you and then you rewrite it so I can give it right to Supabase. Welcome to the chat, Vikram. And you're asking, doesn't Supabase just use Postgres? Yes, it does. Not really understanding like why you're asking that. I'm still learning this stuff, and I know it uses Postgres, but I'm guessing it's something about what I was just talking about with the way Claude structures it. It doesn't recognize it. Success. So what I'm building right now is I'm setting up Hermes agent to help me run first the marketing system for I'm gonna have it slightly different for each business, but right now I'm setting it up with the finance education business called Stackivate. So I got the marketing process foundation set, and now I'm just setting Hermes agents up one agent at a time from the start of the process to the end, and automating as much as I can, agentitizing. yes, I do feel like sometimes AI overcomplicates and over engineers the requirement. And I guess that's part of the learning process. And also to add to that, I think it helps that I've got multiple businesses that I'm going to be setting up this same, like slightly different customized agents for. And I'm not just going to like clone the process for each business. I'm going to basically like have Claude help me set it up. And what I notice is when I do that, if I have it like set up the same process through different projects, I'll get kind of like slightly different answers on stuff. And that helps me understand like the overall big picture. So then I'm like basically building this out 3 different times, slightly different each time. And then that will definitely like help my mind understand this better. And it's all like a learning process with AI, everything I do. Usually I build something out and then I overbuild it. And then I get better at understanding like how to just build like kind of one part at a time and making that right and then building the next part. And I'm getting better at catching AI when it, like you're saying, overcomplicates things. So like it helps right now. I'm working with 2 different LLMs, or like basically Claude LLM and Gemini LLM. So this part is definitely like just getting it set up, I think is going to be the most difficult. And after I get like the structure set up in those first few agents, I think everything is going to like run much smoother. But we're like the first ones. This is like so new. And I mean, I can only do so much research to see what other people like on YouTube are doing. But this is like the new frontier. It's like the business gold rush. So we just got to learn. And it's awesome to have people like you that understand this stuff very well. So respect every time, and it's good to have you here. All right, for step 2, you're talking about go to settings and then API and then look for exposed schemas. I don't see any exposed schemas, so I'm going to give you a screenshot of that page and help me. Maybe they just rearranged the layout and it's somewhere else. Let me know what you think from this screenshot. Maybe I'm not even seeing it and it's right there in front of me. So as of right now, I don't have plans to store videos and images in the agent that I'm building. But from what I understand, it is possible. And there is a possibility that with other agents I have planned in the future that I will be doing that. It sounds like the main thing with it would be like database, but maybe there's more to it I don't understand yet. Like right now, Claude is having me like do this whole process first through Claude, just to make sure it's like working right through the database, and I'm like wondering, is this really necessary? But I'm just gonna do it, and then I'll figure out, you know, after I do it. I won't know till after I'm done if I need to do that the next time, but I think it'll just get easier every time. Thank you for that advice. Sounds like there's definitely extra steps I would need to take with videos and images. So I'm just going to keep it simple at first. Like starting out with the most simple process and go from there. But that definitely sounds like something, like I got a lot of plans in the future with agents and marketing and stuff like that and business processes. So it is good to know that it is possible to do that. Alright, so what I want you to do is create an artifact that's basically like telling me all the steps that we need to take. So from what I understand, these steps are all about just making sure the database is like syncing correctly with the process that's being done. And then once that's working, then like we can like transfer this over and start up the Hermes agent. And then it sounds like I'd be putting it on the cloud. I'm still figuring this out as I go. So I want you to create an HTML artifact that basically like lists all the steps in the process that I can just reference instead of having to like keep asking you. But feel free to let me know like the next steps as we are on the build. I just want a visual aid to look at. And you let me know if the images are small size, then you can just use Supabase and use binary JSON, but that's looked down upon. Like if they're smaller than 50 MB. Sounds like there's like I'd rather set it up the better way using something like PG Vector or DuckDB. But I'll get to that when I get to that. And for right now, it's just good to know that it's possible that I can do that. So that just everything like with what I'm finding with building with AI is like, there's so many things that I didn't even know were possible. And the more I realize what's possible, I just have to do the research. And then I build bigger and better things, and then I see more possibilities, and everything is just like exponential. So giving thanks for technology. All right, for the 3-step navigation path, I'm on step 3. I'm going to give you a screenshot because I already see marketing, but there's not a check mark next to it. So I'm not sure what that means. But it's saying like 2 of 3 are exposed. So just help me understand that everything looks right and what I need to do. So I copied and pasted that URL for the artifact, and I'm getting this site cannot be reached error. I've had that happen before when you're giving me artifacts. I don't remember why it usually happens, but just so you know. So let me know what you think is the solution. Whoa. Here we go. Got that artifact. Alright, so I did what you said with the check mark and then I clicked save. I did not put in the API keys yet into the project. Maybe that's why I'm getting basically like the wrong message when I gave it that Hermes.check to write. So I'm gonna paste what it gave me and let me know what you think. It sounds like I just need to get the API stuff hooked up first. So either way, let me know what you think about that and go back to the process for getting the correct API stuff, because one thing I don't understand, is there different API keys for like the different the schemas that it was showing? I want you to write the correct placeholder labels for the API keys that I need in the env file. Welcome to the chat. How is the earnings to a milli going? It's going slow right now. It is at basically 0. So I will update as I'm making money. But, you know, just got the first paid app launched about a month ago and building out the marketing system for it right now. So, you know, I'm building projects that by design, it's going to be like, I'm thinking more long term. I do not expect to be making much for a little while, but everything will compound at the right time. It's all about the journey. So respect every time, and good to have you here in the chat. I'm having trouble finding the Superbase URL, and I want to make sure I get it right. I don't see it under with the rest of the API keys. Help me understand how to get the correct URL for this. I'm still not finding the URL where you say it is, so I'm going to give you a screenshot. Let me know what you think. Alright, I put in what looks like the correct URL and key. And then I ran that bash command. But I did not get what looked like a healthy response. I will paste what I got here. Yep. I mean, I checked for everything that you said to check for. and it doesn't have parentheses around it, but none of the other keys do. That's the only thing I see that's different. And I reran the same bash command and got the same error message. Let me know what else you think I could do for troubleshooting. Thinking I just need to ask Claude too. Here we go. I think you're right, there was an extra I, so I just changed the URL key. Go ahead and try it again and let me know what you think. Looks like you gave me the wrong key, even though I copied and pasted it. You added an extra character in there for the URL. So, Claude was able to figure this out and help me fix it. And I'm going to try that PowerShell again and see what happens. All right, so I got it fixed. Claude says it's working and it's healthy. It looks like it did a test, a smoke test. And I'm going to paste what Claude said. It's telling me I need to go into, I believe, Supabase and go into the correct table and manually delete the smoke test data that it put in. I'm going to attach a screenshot because this project is getting to be a lot of schemas and I'm not sure which is the exact right schema for me to find it in. And then I'll also paste what Claude is saying to do just so you can make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So there were 2 entries in that database for research runs. The first one was labeled as research, and the second one was labeled as smoke test. I just deleted the smoke test, but the research is still there. So let me know what you think, and it sounds like you're ready for phase 2 if everything is good. If not, let me know. Yeah. All right, so give me like the bigger picture now. Basically, we've set up, like I already had set up the research process in Claude. So now it's set up a database for it. And essentially it's like checking to run the process in the database right now to see if it's going to record all the right information into the database. So then what? It sounds like after that I need to set up Hermes agent on their desktop app, and then I'm not really sure what would be after that. So let me know everything that's left for this process of setting up my first agent to agentitize the system, systemization of agentitization.
Se me afenó, why you feel along so? Oda pango, ya se me afenó, why you feel along so?
All right, for the optional loose end, go ahead and seed this run with a verdict for strong. If this run you're talking about, the original run that gave me the data about the AI advisor registered for the SEC. I don't remember the name of the platform that was on. So yes, do that if I understand that correctly. If not, explain it to me better what this run verdict would mean. And go ahead and commit and push to GitHub everything you've done so far. And also, I want you to create some kind of log of this process so that in the future, when I create more agents, you understand what the process is to create these agents. Let me know if you have any questions or advice or anything else at all. And I will start setting up the Hermes desktop. Right. Okay, so I was just reading about setting up Hermes Desktop, and it seems like to set up Hermes Desktop, I already have to have Hermes Agent installed, if I'm understanding that correctly. So, maybe there's like a missing step. So, help me understand what I need to do, because it looks like I need to install Hermes Agent first, and then I can access the desktop. But maybe I don't understand this correctly. If you need any kind of like guidance, I can copy and paste stuff from the actual Hermes Agent site. Let me know what you think. Yeah. Alright, I'd have to say I gotta take, I'll be right back, take a quick break. Yeah, I'm back. Right. Alright, so setting up Hermes. So the one thing I'm mainly confused about is running that PowerShell command. I don't know if does it matter if I run it inside VS Code, just as like open up a new terminal and run it through PowerShell there, or do I need to open up it differently so that it's like how I'd open up with the Windows command? Alright, it looks like it's working right. I'm gonna give you a screenshot. But it seems like it's like doing more in the background or something, and I'm not sure when it'll be done. So help me understand what's going on and how I know when it's done. Bloop. Flip it. Welcome back to the chat. What is good? I am doing definitely one of the most difficult things I've done in a while, but it'll be worth it. Flip it. Bloop. I got an error message, so I'm going to give you the screenshot of the error message. So I'm guessing that means it's still doing something in the background. Bro, you gotta get on the channel, man. We can go live. You can go live while you're working. Help you set up the entire like system. So you can just take your live streams and break them down into content. Have the Hermes agent do it for you automatically. Start up the Era brand. The Era main. Personal brand. And we will run the AI game. We will sell and not tell the AI game. Because the game is to be sold and not told. So I waited a few more minutes, then I opened up another regular PowerShell terminal, and it gave me this exact same error message. So I probably just have to wait a little bit longer. Let me know what you think. Oh, you're already doing it. That's awesome. You got the mic and the switchboard. Not sure what the switchboard means. I don't know about that. I don't have any switchboard. I think OBS is kind of like the switchboard that I use. But, on the way. Definitely. I feel like you'll get it set up, and in ways you'll be like more technical. I know you can get I know you got better office space than I do for one, so you can get like better visual stuff. Like I think one of the first upgrades I'm gonna get is one of those digital whiteboards, so I can just like make designs and like these like HTML artifacts, like what I'm working on, and then I can just kind of like run it in the background on the digital whiteboard. I see a lot of other vibe code streamers have some complex setup with like multiple cameras, so like one camera is like on their actual monitor. But for right now, I'm just doing the basics till I start making money, and then I'll just put like everything I make back into the business. Make everything better. I heard it was Prime Week. I just can't think of anything I need right now. I was looking into some new like video generator options too. I'm already doing a lot with the editing. Hyperframes is good for that. But I'm looking at like, dude, I should be able to set up with these agents. I should be able to set up basically like systems to create my own marketing videos that are like really good. And I'm gonna do kind of like a test with these first two businesses. One of them is gonna be like my face, me doing the marketing, and another one's gonna be like faceless marketing content. Alright, so I had Claude do a search, and I'm going to give you the results from Claude. Basically, it's saying it can't find it. So help me troubleshoot this. Maybe it's just still installing in the background and it just takes a while. Alright, so first question I have. You're talking about when I open the app, it will guide me through connecting to a model provider. So first off, is this like, from what I understand, I could have a different model per each agent, right? So when you're asking me this, you're talking about finding a model provider for just this first agent that I built. Is that correct? Because you're talking about Nouse Portal OAuth, or type in your pay per token Anthropic API key. And the next question that I have is, from what I understand, with Anthropic, I can't use a subscription, but with Codex I can. So there's an option that I could have Codex use my subscription. And if that's the case, help me understand. This is like with each separate agent, like I would just this first agent, I would have the Codex subscription if it's possible. And if that is, like, that wouldn't matter that like Claude wired up the task for Hermes to do. Help me understand this stuff. Alright, no more Christmas music right about now. I'm gonna change it to some elevator music. Chill pop. My keyboard got damaged. The synth wave. After I took my keyboard on that airplane flight, came out of baggage handling and it was damaged. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to synthwave. My keyboard got damaged. Okay, so before right now I was unaware of this Nouse portal subscription. From what I understood, most people used like Open Router to select different models, and they paid through Open Router. Um, Nouse, it sounds like. Let me know what you think. If it's better or worse than Open Router. It sounds like it's gonna have all the same models. Some of the questions I have is like this Nouse is $20 a month, so like I mean, how does that work? Does it still charge me per token, and then I'm paying $20 a month plus the token cost for whatever model I select per agent? And if I start it and set it up with this now subscription, is that a problem if I decide I don't like that and I want to change it later and like just use like separate APIs? And the next question is like, it sounds like most people don't use separate APIs because it's like you're saying, it just is a lot, it's like a mess. So like, I didn't understand that stuff about the GPT subscription running into problems, especially with database stuff, and like everything that these agents do is going to rely on the databases for, you know, getting better over time and everything. So it sounds like I could still use like Codex GPT models on certain things. I just don't want to use. I want to use the actual like API and not use the subscription. Help me understand these things. Wow, okay, this is definitely way better to use the actual subscription through Nouse, because then it can manage my browser and help me do tasks. This is exactly where I was going with this too. Not just running the business, like automating the marketing process, or at least the stuff that doesn't need like me to personally like do something. But in the future, like I'll have my Obsidian, which will have my like to-do list on it too. So essentially I could just like be like, check my to-do list for today, and if you can do anything like automatically using my browser, go ahead and do it. And it should be able, I will tell it and it will do it. All right, give me that prompt one more time to check in the PowerShell to see if Hermes has installed correctly. And I'll let you know, and if not, then we can just do that other route. Keeps on getting better. It's like every time I find some new tool or some new method to do something that like it's gonna make my life easier, I start installing it, and then I'm like, wow, this can do way more than I thought. And then it gives me like 10 new tasks I need to do, but at the end of the day, I know it's gonna be worth it. So all this extra work now can just automate one thing at a time. It's basically like this, or I can go and like hire employees. Boop, boop. Alright, that's weird. So it's not working. Looks like the exact same error message. I'm going to attach the screenshot. If everything looks like I think it does and I'm getting that same error, let me know the process to uninstall it. I think you said I got to do first, and then I can just do what I guess I should have done first the first time and install from that website. So let me know the process. Yeah. That's what I wanted to see. I'm in business. Okay. That's why. Um. Boop. Got the plan. Still with it. Rock it like a magic kist. Alright, just got the plan. Let me see if the app has loaded. I can launch it. Alright, let me see if I can get this on the screen. Yeah. Alright. That's awesome. So, like, I can switch between... it's got Fable 5 on here. That's funny. I can switch between, like, Claude. Oh, that's just Anthropic. Oh, man. I just opened up access to, like, all these different models. This is awesome. So, basically, like, different tasks will have different models. And the key is to, like, find the task, the model that makes the most sense for the task, so you're not, like, overdoing it. Like, right now, it's automatically on, I think, Opus 4.8, which is, one of the, like, higher costing models, but more reasoning power. So I think just in the beginning, I'll operate it on, like, the highest one, and then I should be able to try out these different models and do research to see what model is going to be much cheaper and be able to do the actual thing I need to do. GLM being a new one, Quen, all these ones I've been researching now I have access to, and I don't have to use like an open router. I can just do it right through Hermes Agent desktop. This is awesome. Okay. Making the progress. Alright, let's see. Here we go. The desktop app is done loading. I got the subscription, the basic $20 a month subscription, and it's defaulting to put me on Opus 4.8. So that's going to be another thing, is like understanding when to switch models. This first agent is just going to be doing like weekly research. So what do you think is like the strategy? Just start it on the highest model, and then like how do I determine when I can like switch down to like a lower model, and how do I do research? I'm guessing just bring the task to like you and Gemini or in Claude, even though Claude doesn't seem to understand this very well, and just ask you like based on the task, give you a list of the models that I have through Hermes Agent, and you would like recommend the best model. So what model do you recommend for now, and am I understanding this correctly? Welcome back to the chat, Chicago. You're always coming through at the right time with the right information. Respect every time. So if I'm on the Anthropic, if I'm on Anthropic through the plan and have extra billing on Hermes, we'll keep working, but Anthropic will charge the API price. So I'm not understanding this 100%, but I'm on Anthropic through my plan. Like I'm running Claude Code through Anthropic, but I just got the Hermes plan through like Nous research or whatever it is. And have an extra billing on Hermes. Will keep working, but Anthropic will charge an API price. So I'm thinking you mean through Anthropic would charge an API price through the use of Hermes agent, but as long as I don't give Hermes agent the API key for Anthropic, then it shouldn't be charging anything to Anthropic. If I'm understanding correctly what you are warning me to be careful of, I think that's what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying, I think. So on the drop-down, I had Anthropic selected. So it was through the... Oh, okay. So that must be that it was through Anthropic. So I can select... I need to go to Nous portal and then do Opus 4.8. Thank you for that. I did not realize that. So now I'm on Opus 4.8 through Nous portal. Set it to high effort. There we go. So looking back at the chat, that's what I heard, is that GPT, I can run it through my subscription, but what Gemini was telling me was that it runs into problems when it's like going into like read and write from databases. So basically, I think I should just try it and see what happens, and if it doesn't work, then I'll know, but I mean, if it's coming through the subscription, then like, why not just use that? That would make the most sense, but I don't understand why Gemini was telling me that it would run into problems if I tried using it through the subscription instead of through the API. But I should just try it and just see what happens. Bloop. Yes, it is. I would have to say this is some focus. Focus music. It's like I gotta re-update the Hermes app before I can check out these things. Welcome to the chat, Hattis. I'm doing all right. How about you? Good to hear you're doing good. Have you set up Hermes Agent yet? That's what I'm doing right now. Well, hopefully it's worth it. It sounds to me like it's going to be worth it. It's definitely one of the more technical things I've done, but you know, that's usually the more difficult something is, the more it pays off. Saying seems everyone's going the Hermes Agent route. I believe it. I've been hearing about it for like a month or two now, and just been doing research, finally getting it going. Another stream was doing the same. That's awesome. I think I've been able to do some research, but it still sounds like it's pretty new. There's still like a lot to learn that I just gotta like troubleshoot on my own. Especially the setup. Like the videos I saw where they were setting it up, it was just like the easy part, setting up the desktop app. But they weren't going into all the stuff I just had to figure out, like, you know, migrating, getting the like database structures and like migrating like tasks over or stuff like that. Yes, there's always a learning curve, but you know, once you get the learning curve down, then it just gets easier every time, because that's what this is going to be. It's like setting it up will be the most difficult, and then like each agent I set up after that should get easier and easier. All right, so Claude says it's good, and I'm going to give you the results from Claude for having me set it up. Number one, the first step it's giving me, finding that MCP server. I'm not finding that. It doesn't really tell me where to look. So if you know, let me know. Otherwise, I can just give you a screenshot, and we can go from there and help me figure out like how to use this desktop app. It sounds like Claude doesn't understand this very well. So first, we'll make sure it's set up right, and then you can like help me understand it if you know this. But if you don't know, then just let me know. All right, so you're telling me to paste some stuff into configuration boxes, but it looks like it's already there. So I'm gonna give you a screenshot of what I'm seeing right now, and let me know. It looks like all I need to do is just like click save server, or like copy and paste the command into Claude. Help me understand what is next. Alright, for step 2, enter the flight deck. I'm going to give you a screenshot because I don't see a chat window. And check the screenshot just to make sure too that all the settings are correct. And then help me understand what I need to do for if I'm understanding this correctly. I'm just kind of confused, so I'll give you the screenshot. It looks like maybe I can't access what I'm thinking through here. Alright, looks like can't check the status is the main thing it's saying. I'm gonna copy and paste the text and then give you a screenshot of the question that it is asking me. Ooh. Alright, so Claude was saying not to have it run that yet, and I agree because I already ran it for this week, and I don't want to pay for the extra API tokens unless you think it's necessary to just make sure it's working right, but it seems like it is. I know Claude even said that it ran the test through its own thing, through like Claude Code. But the questions I have right now is like, I only have one agent hooked up from what I understand. So once I like create more agents, am I creating them through the desktop? And then like, how do I know which agent that I'm like working with in the chat? Is there going to be something on the sidebar? Right now I just see sessions. And so like I have this task and I want to set it up that it does it on a certain time every week. Do I set up that cron job through the Hermes desktop app, or do I set it up through Claude? Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna wait till I get the cloud set up before I give it that command. Do you have any idea how long you think it would take to do the cloud setup step? Like how many minutes? Oh, there's nothing. I ran all those tasks, and in the chat, Hermes gave me the exact response you were saying, that no new radar items, and the MCP stuff was already there. Like, you must have been able to get into Hermes and set it so that it was right and it recognized this agent. So it sounds like what I need to do now is set up the cloud, and then once it's in the cloud, then I can basically set up the cron job so that it can run that cron job even when my computer is off. Let me know if you have any questions, anything at all, and sounds like we're almost done. Do you know, is there any difference between railway and render? Is one better than the other? What about pricing? Anything else you can think of? Help me understand if one is better than the other. And my use case, I'm going to be setting up like many agents over time. And in the future, I would like to transfer certain agents to local machines. But I think that's going to be a while before I know which ones to do that with. And from what I understand, I should be able to have multiple agents on this cloud that are, not sure if I understand this correctly, separate, like for security reasons, so they can't access. So like each agent is separate. Maybe I'm not understanding that part correctly. Go. So Claude is asking me a question about like how I'm setting this up with the cloud service, and it's giving me options, and it looks like only one option is for railway. But I just wanted to run it by you to make sure that I'm clicking the right thing when I click the one railway option. Okay, and I know you said that there was some issue with using GBT through the subscription, but what do you think about me just trying it? Because I'm streaming live. Somebody in the comments said that I should be able to use that through the subscription with no issues. So, what do you think about trying to see if I can access it through my subscription and trying out GBT 5.5 on high to do this weekly first agent process and just try it and see what happens? What do you think about that? I mean, is there anything to lose? Alright. That was no joke. I got everything set up except for the cloud, which I'm gonna do tomorrow. And today was awesome. Today was definitely one of the more difficult things I've done in a while. But I did it. It worked. It went through. And it's just gonna get easier from here on out, I feel like. Got the first agent set up. Been waiting to do my first Hermes agent for a while. Finally got it. And you know, it's just gonna keep building, keep on moving. The next step will appear at the right time. It's all about abundance. It's all about the right frame of mind. So you know, that's gonna be it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value out of what I had to say. I'll always be coming through with something new with no delay. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with newish information steady. See my brain. I need a break. And like too. Hit the like button, or it's I think a follow if you're on Twitch. But either way, it was a good session, and you know it's gonna keep on getting better and better and better and better, richer and richer and richer and richer. So that's it for today. I'm out. Without a doubt. Boom. Word up every time. Good to see you here, Hermes. Gonna keep building. Build out the empire.